instead of a feeling being. And supposedly that's when the third eye moved into the brain, into the center of the brain. I don't know if that's true or not. But there's a space in our heart that supposedly that is where the third eye was at one time. They're also finding with heart energy now, you know that your heart puts out an extreme amount of magnetic energy. And they're not even really sure just how far that goes out and what the effect is and the interactions that it causes with your environment, with other human beings. But our heart stores emotions. A broken heart is literally, you can break your heart, cause heart attacks, coronary arteries getting clogged, all of those type of things by your thinking and by your reaction to the things that happen to you in life, and those emotions. Your organs store emotions. You know, your pancreas, your intestines, your liver, they all store different emotions. So anyway, where am I rambling on? Where am I going to go? Well, they're finding that utilizing this heart energy, and it has to be the heart energy, they're having miraculous results with healing people. And that I find absolutely fascinating. It's not through the mind energy, it's through the emotions of the heart. And Panacea just said he will use his anal energies. And by the way, if anybody wants anal, PM Panacea.
So what I want to know is, when you have to wipe, does it hurt with that hook?
I use the other hand. Next.
You have another hand?
Oi, at least she can reach her ass, fatty, you big fat chubby cunt. You can't even get your fucking hand round fucking halfway to your ass. But anyway, yeah, that was very well put, Briar. And I know what you're saying, yeah. But I just want to take this back to the mind again. I want to take it back to the mind. No, I've got one of those extension things, you know, them like, you know, like you use those things to wash your back. You know, like it's like a stick with a scrubber on the end of it. Well, I've got one of them. It's like a human hand, and you just place the toilet roll on it, and yeah. But anyway, right, so the mind thing. You're right. It stores memory, Brian. I've heard this story before. I don't know where I've heard it, but they do store memories. Or maybe genetically that can happen. Do you know what I mean? You know, like we might be predisposed to it as we go through life. So I was thinking, in the same way that we can have a thought and it can cause, say, the heart to start racing. You know, it could be a negative thought. But remember, a positive thought can do that as well. You might be excited about something, your heart's racing, your body's shaking. Isn't this fascinating, Brian? Right, you know when your body is in a state of anxiety, right? I'm sure most people have experienced it, but the body will shake and sweat and the heart rate will go up, right? Now, that's in a state of negative anxiety. You get all the same symptoms in a state of happiness and excitement. Yeah, you get like shakiness, you're quite, your heart's pumping away. Thought. But remember, so it's all about the thoughts. Do that as well. You might be excited about, I mean, it's the same symptoms. If you're getting the same physical, biological symptoms, like chemical reactions throughout the body, so change the thoughts. That's what I say, change the thoughts. Because the bodily symptoms are going to be the same, whether you're happy or you're sad. So it's just what you're thinking, really. It's a psychological thing. if the body's negative sensations, such as the heart beating, the sweatiness, are due to negativity, but it can also happen when you're thinking about good stuff, then why are you giving so much attention to the negative thoughts when you get exactly the same result through the happy thoughts? So it just kind of shows that it's nothing to do with the thoughts. It's just the attachment to them, how much value the presence, the beingness gives them, or maybe the heart, as you say. So yeah, next time you're in, you know, one of those states, anybody, whoever it is, it's like thinking about something like dying, or, you know, something that causes an intense emotion or feeling. Or you might have a lump under your skin and you're worried about it and it's causing lots of physical sensations, even though the lump isn't doing anything, it's just sitting there. It's not the physical lump in your skin that's causing your heart to beat fast, is it? Or for your body to sweat, or for you to panic. But the thoughts attached to this, or it could be cancer, it might kill me, oh my God, this is getting, now I'm stressed, and it's thought on top of thought on top of thought, and now you're building this big story about, and now there's all these negative reactions. Well, that's no different to, you know, like, it's Christmas, I'm excited, or I'm going on holiday, and it's getting closer, you know, and I'm anticipating, my heart's racing, it's like, what, isn't it all the same energy? Can you see how it is all the same fluctuating expression? So I don't think there's any need for you as presence to give value to one over the other. That's what I mean. If you're biased towards the negative, then reap what you will experience that in your mind psychologically. The suffering will be psychological, and there need not be any attachment to the mind. Is all I'm saying. But yeah, that was well said, that, Blair. A good point.
You know, Pan, Eckhart Tolle would blame it on our pain body. He would say that, you know, our pain body needs to get fed, and so it would be manifesting these circumstances to be miserable. The difference between, you know, like the sensation I get of anxiety from, I'm trying to even think of a circumstance that gives me anxiety. Something, you know, let's say some unfortunate circumstance. I'm just going to leave it at that because I believe in manifesting. As compared to the joy of seeing, you know, some beautiful piece of manhood walk past and just be enjoying that. Our bodies release different chemicals. So when I'm having the pleasure of seeing, you know, a really nice hunk of manhood, you betcha, as compared to the anxiety that may be brought on from an unpleasant situation, you know, cortisol is being released then, adrenaline is being released then, whereas endorphins are being released when I'm appreciating beauty. And these have different effects on our organs. So these emotions really manifest health or disease, either way. And back home 100 years ago, I bought a book that was out of Prevention magazine, and the name of it was Emotions in Your Health, and it's a very thick, huge book. Uh-oh, Angel is drinking. Hi, Angel. Cheers. And that's when I really started to learn about how your emotions, how your reactions to situations affect your health. And I love you, Angel. Yeah, I know it's boring as fuck. Have another drink, honey. And so
it made me come to the conclusion, Pan, of what you were saying, is that it's all perception. Please go ahead and leave now and pass out. It's all perception. All of these things are all perception. And the other thing that I loved about, there were two things with Eckhart Tolle. It's the pain body and the now. So if a circumstance happens to you and it was unpleasant and it was 40 years ago or even 5 minutes ago, how long are you going to hang on to this and keep replaying this in your life, even though it's the past and it doesn't have really any, you know, I mean, it's the past. It's done with. It's over with. You know, how long are you going to hang on to that baggage? Yeah, well, Angel, just go pass out. Just go hug your pillow. Just do like about, you know, a couple of shots really quick. You'll get the whirlies and you'll pass out.
Yeah, and then put the bloody noose around your neck and jump. I don't know. Crazy woman. But yeah, you're right, Brian. Yeah. Most of it's psychological. You know, any kind of suffering, any reference to past traumas, or even predicting doom-like scenarios. You know what I mean? Or where will I be in 10 years' time? Am I going to get this disease? If you really look at the amount of shit that's going on in the mind, even subconsciously, through the media, through all the conversations we have, especially like the doom-bringing bullshit that you hear all the time, you know, oh, there's going to be an asteroid, and even that, I mean, you might not be consciously picking up on it, but subconsciously you've heard it somewhere, maybe on the radio, maybe you've read it on an article or something, and that's just, it's lingering around, isn't it? It's lingering around, and, you know, that negativity is just there, swirling around like a big cauldron. But, yeah, most suffering is psychological. Yes, there's physical pain and this and that and everything else, but when it comes to fears and, you know, the projections and the predictions we have about the world, you know, there's not really much going on. If you look at what's happening right now, just now, if the mind shut up completely, is there a problem right now? There probably isn't. There probably isn't a problem right now if the mind shuts up. I don't know, maybe you've got a headache. Yeah, some things get your attention, don't they? And you don't need to go looking for them. So, you know, oh, there's a headache. It's got my attention. But it had to get my attention. So it got something's attention. Awareness, presence, me, I, the experiencer, whatever. But I had to have been there first for the headache to get my attention. Don't you find that amazing? The headache relies on me. It actually relies on me. It has to report to me. And then the psychological stuff starts. This is my headache. Right? And now the story's starting to be created now. You see, I'm in pain, I'm this and that. And you see how that just blossoms into a problem, or this or that. Now, with no attachment to anything, that can never happen. Now, when I first started getting migraine headaches like 9-10 years ago, I was the sufferer. Jesus Christ. But migraine don't bother me now. It doesn't even touch presence. It can't. I know it sounds ridiculous, and you hear these stories about transcending pain and transcending, you know, like people like Tony Parsons talking about there is no I, there's nobody to suffer. I didn't know what it meant back then. I wasn't awake to it. But now there's a very distinct clarity there that wasn't there before. I really do understand it, but I don't understand it from mind. You see what I mean? It's like saying yes to everything. Mooji talks about saying yes to everything. Say yes to everything. So you say yes to the pain, right? You say yes to the thoughts. Now, if there's no fight against this and that, see, when you fight, you're creating almost a a battlefield for yourself, like it's me versus the headache. You see, psychologically, you're creating a me versus the headache, right? So there's the battleground, and now the start. You know, the scene is set. You can create as much as you want from that position. Now, when you don't create any kind of story about it, then there's nothing really going on. There's no you suffering, there's no headache that's bothering yourself and this and that and everything else. So most people, like I said, are living psychologically, mentally, physically, all in contrast to that which you're not, oddly enough. Yeah, but Angel, you hate everyone. You hate the world, you hate the universe, you hate God. You hate your crusty vagina, like most men do. Just kidding, just kidding. Now, what it is, I think sometimes the psychological aspect of existence can be overbearing and overwhelming if there's identification with it. If you identify with it, then yes, expect a life of misery and suffering and torment and depression and all the other labels that the mind and what you're suffering and what the little pain body is going through kind of thing. But again, not necessary. Absolutely not necessary. And I reference again what I said a minute ago, you know, like if you had a lump under your skin, the lump itself isn't causing any symptoms, right? But the mind gets a hold of it and says it's cancer. Then the heart starts racing, you start sweating, you have a panic attack. So all these physical symptoms, all this so-called stuff, and on top of that you say, I'm suffering. So you bring it to life even more by saying, it's me that's suffering. Just from this one thing, such as a lump or something, you know what I mean? But anyway, yeah. And you could equate that to, I guess, 99% of the shit that we worry about. Things like death, things like fucking pain, and things like loss, you know, those kind of things. But it's fun. It's fun doing it. Yeah, get out. Just get out, Angel. I'm fucking sick of your bitching and fucking whining. You were supposed to be killing yourself. You know, you've rose from the dead quick. Are you Jesus or something? Get out. We don't want you in here. Dirty little fucking drug addict. We've seen you on the fucking cam. I saw you on cam. You look like a fucking right. Oh, hang on, Debbie's here. Morning, Deb.
Morning, babe.
Say morning to Debbie, everyone.
Morning, people.
Yeah. Yeah, there we go then. Bit long-winded that, wasn't it? Sorry. Yeah, get out. Just get out, Angel. I'm fucking sick of your bitching and fucking whining. You were supposed to be killing yourself. You know, you've rose from the dead quick.
Wow. Wow. Two masters told me I won't get enlightenment in this life. Fuck them if they don't get it. Huh. That's profound. Yeah. That's kind of like the old story. Do you remember when you were a kid? And like, you know, you'd say, well, Mary was doing it, that's why I did. You know, you're getting your ass chewed out for something or other. Well, then your dad would say, well, if they were jumping off a bridge, would you do it? So, yeah, that's the same scenario there, Angel. You know, just because somebody tells you something, does that make it reality? Does that make it true? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. But Pian, I just love listening to you rap, dude. I could BS with you all day. And I'm so happy to see Justin 1524 because I really want to just hook his gonads one of these days.
What gonads? He ain't got any, man. He ain't seen him for years. You know, that belly's got in the way of his penis for at least 15 years. Yeah, I like bullshitting. I like bullshitting. It's one of my favourite pastimes. But like I was saying earlier, you know, some people are not serious about the waking up thing. You know, it's almost like a hobby. They've heard about it, and maybe they'll think it will alleviate some of the little problems in their life. Maybe they've got some physical conditions, so then they turn to spirituality like a kind of sanctuary, that if I get into this and get into that, it's gonna... No, that just perpetuates it, I'm afraid. You know, thinking that if I become spiritual and I enlighten, that there'll be no more suffering and all. It's the most human, ego, deluded fucking belief and condition ever. And some people are so trapped in that program because they're such a victim of suffering, you know? As a human, I could say, oh, I'm suffering all the time, fucking hell. Horrible migraines all the time, you know, constant financial problems, relationship problems, this, that. I could play the human part easily, very well. Can traverse from this to that problem just like that in a fucking instant. Like I've got my own teleportation machine. I'll just teleport from one problem to the next. So when, you know, when this problem's going on, oh shit, right, get out of here. Find yourself in another situation. Oh, another problem. And even the word problem then becomes a problem psychologically. You know, you believe it. It's there all the time. It's happening. Now, I don't believe that we are our thoughts. You know, you say, oh, we are our thoughts. We are not our thoughts. I just don't believe it. Or we manifest our thoughts. We don't. We don't manifest anything. There's no body to manifest a thought. Even just saying, I manifest my thoughts is independent. It doesn't rely on an identity or an ego. Do you know what I mean? It annoys me. It's so deep-rooted, the conditioning. It's such a... It's like so obvious to the personality, whoever you think you are, that these things happen, that you just accept it and you don't question it. Do you know what I mean? It's like oxygen. Nobody questions oxygen. It's just there all the time. You don't need to scrutinize it or be skeptical of it because it's so abundant and you're always breathing. But as soon as it's not there or there's a lack of it, fucking hell, your world falls apart, doesn't it? So I would say people think that if they're not reaffirming and constantly justifying their existence through thoughts, concepts, all the insecurities and the ego projections, they think the world's going to fall apart. Right? They do. They think the world's just going to fall apart around them if they don't have their ego to back them up, their sense of pride, their belief system. Well, let it all fall away and see what happens. I mean, it falls away all the time anyway. It falls away every night when you go to sleep. I mean, you might be having sex and everything you thought you knew about yourself, all your memories, all your history, all your beliefs, all your passions, all just falls away for an instant while you're having your orgasm. And then when that little action stops, psychologically, oh, look, the canvas of your life has been thrown on top of you again. Oh, this is who I am again. Back to identity. I'm the sufferer. You see what I mean? How easy it is to identify with all this? And it's so not necessary. So you know what most of these gurus are saying, right? What they're saying in a nutshell is stop giving a fuck. That's what they're saying. Stop giving a fuck. Because you don't have to give a fuck. But I guess getting that through to a conditioned human being is hard work. In the same way a psychologist might find it difficult to get through to some guy who's had some trauma, or maybe he's been in the war and he's brought back all these horrible memories and he's reliving it all the time. You know, how do you get rid of that? And you know, spirituality has been a sanctuary for millions and millions of people throughout history. I mean, a real sanctuary. You know, when you can go into a place of just presence, or you recognize yourself as presence, not as everything else that's coming and going. I know it's said again and again, but how many people get it? Really? Who gets it? And I'm being as objective as I can here. Who actually gets this? Because if you got it, you'd know. There's nobody suffering. There's nothing to do here, or achieve, or become. Do you know what I mean? But anyway, like I said, I'm going to play as long as you do. Yes, you've heard that one before, haven't you? Aren't you observant, Mr. Man?
Well, the thing of it is, the problem I have with that kind of thinking, Panacea, is this. It started about 15 years ago. I started to notice more and more that people around me at work were not getting upset about things that they probably should get upset about. And more I was finding out that the nurses around me were all taking antidepressants. And as time went on, I mean, some of them were like on mega dose, I mean, huge, large doses of antidepressants, so that they could just walk around in this Stepford wife kind of being where everything is hunky-dory and sweet and fine. And that's the same thing I have with that black is white, that there's no difference between any of this, that we're all just seeing duality. And there is a reason why humans have emotions. There's a reason why there are things that will bring a tear to our eye. There is a reason why things anger us. There's a reason why we feel bitter, why we feel jealousy, why we feel compassion, all of these wonderful emotions. And to me, I think that's part of the human experience, is being able to have emotion and to be able to have experience of it all. And when you get to the point where you just want to mentally dumb yourself down to everything and not be able to appreciate, you know, the beauty of life and the how life is, you know, the ups and the downs, whatever, you know. Then it's like, well, why don't you just go ahead and take the mega dose of whatever, you know, Zoloft, Prozac, whatever, and just zone your brain just totally out. I mean, that to me is, you know, so when I listen to some of these gurus, I just think to myself, bullshit. You know, it's just bullshit.
I just want to make one comment about these masters and gurus. Of course, they will tell you that you cannot reach enlightenment in this lifetime, because if they do, then you don't need them. But if you are not going to reach it, they will advise you something like, you still need our directions or guidance. So yeah, that's how I would do if I was a master. No one. I mean, I had a discussion with someone yesterday and I told him that one day if he was a real master, he would turn you into a master himself, yourself. And of course we had a long discussion, and now I see why this person or this master tells him that you can never be like me, because as long as you are not like me, you need my guidance, and as long as you need my guidance, you have to pay more.
Now, Brian, I know what you're saying, mate. And you know, the guru isn't pointing to this idea that we should all just shut off from the world and, you know, don't engage in the intensity of life and the experience and everything. It's nothing like that. That's just, again, the mind weaving up stereotypical stories of what it's like not to be connected. But if you look at people in general, if you look at human ego, human identity, no fucker's happy. Let's just be brutally honest. Nobody's really happy. Nobody's in bliss. Nobody's really content. That's why we've all got jobs. Oh God, I'm working. I hope to be at this place in 10 years' time, and you know the stress of this and paying bills, and you know people aren't happy. That's the bottom line. The kingdom of heaven is within. It's not in a job. It's not 10 years down the line. It's not doing something else or finding a new hobby or having a family. The real, because remember, people who look like they're in happy family, there's problems everywhere. Any personal attachment to everything and anything is always going to be related to some kind of egoic suffering. As you said, Toll calls it pain body. You know, my problems, yeah. Everything being claimed by me, I. And they don't even know who they are. If you actually ask anybody on the street, who the fuck are you? Yeah, they're going to say John Smith, but if you actually question them, right, they end up gobsmacked. It doesn't matter who you sit down. I've done this with a few people over the years. Who are you? People that I've known for a long time. And they end up not being able to say anything. Just a little bit of conscious scrutiny. Are you sure that's who you are? You know, just a few specifically directed questions, certain technique or whatever. The guru does the same. Who are you really? Who is it that's suffering? Let's get to the bottom of this. Why is it that you're working? Why is it that you feel you've got to fulfill and do this and enlighten? Because there is a sense of unfulfillment. And it's rife in society. It's rife within the human psyche. And the psychological aspect of being is where being hangs out a lot. So when you try and get to the core of that with people, it's like, oh, shit, yeah. And some people don't want to go there. It's like, oh, it's too much. I just want to go back into the programming. It's not really about ignorance or naivety. Because people don't, you know, when babies are born into the world, it's not like the baby itself is saying, give me a name, give me a number, bring me up this way, fucking give me this job 10 years down the line. It's imposed upon the baby, on the being, on the pure beingness, you know. But then it comes full circle. So you go through the motions, the stages, the sequential parts, you know, the time phase, the adolescent phase, the asleep phase, the pain phase, the body phase, the mind phase. And what emerges from that, if this is seen, is that very thing that you were before you were conditioned, before you were told who you are, what you should be doing to be happy. Because even saying that to yourself, even saying, I should be doing this to be happy, so I'm going to go and do this. That journey of trying to find happiness is an incredibly unhappy journey. And it might take a whole lifetime. You know, and where does it get you? All this trying to be somewhere else. How can you be anywhere else? Fuck's sake. It's anything else. Or anyone else. As presence, you're here and now eternally. And you're untouched by that which passes through you. And we call it life, experience, pain, suffering, happiness. And of course, if there's identification with suffering, then there's a story. This is my suffering, I'm human. And it's all belief, it's all concept. None of it's substantial. You can't grab a hold of it, can you? It's like you can't grab a handful of self. What is that? Look at what self is, what you believe yourself to be. It's all psychological. It's appearing as mental construct. And it can fall and crumble apart as quickly as it was created. But the presence won't fall apart. It doesn't fall apart. It can't be created or destroyed, like all the energy in the universe, like thoughts and stories in the so-called head, in the brain, the mind. So this is what the guru is pointing to. That's where the bliss is. That's where there's nothing needed. There's no need for desire. There's no need to attain anything or reach something or become something. That's what the guru points to. And anything other than presence, right, is this life, this world, everything that we're talking about now, the intensity of the conversations, the passion behind our beliefs and opinions and theories and all this other bullshit. But if you're not in touch with that presence, then this world, this life is going to be overwhelming. And there is going to be the pain body. Believe yourself to be a body and all the thoughts that are appearing. You know, the sense of self and ego and pride and identity and everything that you've built your life on. So yeah. No, I think totally unnecessary, Brian. But I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. It's difficult to disengage with the world, isn't it? How would you do it? The guru isn't saying go and meditate, go sit in a cave. It's not like the Stepford Wives type thing. Oh, just dull yourself down, become docile, become naive like a sheep. You know, the docile masses are easily controlled by propaganda and the media. You just instead of teaching children to be thinkers, to solve problems, they just give them Mickey Mouse. Watch Mickey Mouse. You know, take them to McDonald's. You know, in school they teach kids about history. Totally unnecessary. What the fuck has the Great Wall of China and the Battle of Hastings got to do with right now? Fuck all. But they feed people a history. They feed the being a history. You know? So it has a platform, a foundation for its life. It's bullshit. It's the biggest bunch of bullshit ever. The modern curriculum system is fucked, it's flawed, it's barbaric, it's out of date, it's primitive, it's unconscious, and it's fucking unnecessary, as far as I'm concerned. So instead of being here and now, which is all there is, and it's eternal and boundless, people are living in psychological patterns, you know, of repetition. This is who I am, this is who I am, this is what I do, this is where I'm going, this is my belief. And if you put enough of this shit together, you've got a life story, and you know that you're going to die, you know where you've got a little knowledge of history, and this little bubble is your reality. Well, pop the fucking bubble. Pop the bubble and return to your infinite divinity. Because that's the truth. That this little parameter of reality is not the truth. Sorry, yeah, that was long-winded, Brian. That was very long-winded. But we're in Joel's room, and we're allowed to be long-winded, because our fucking host, Joel T. Bridges, is the most long-winded motherfucker I've ever come across. Maybe after me. No, actually, you know, I learned my long-winded qualities from Joel. Did you know that? I actually learned from the best, Joel T. Bridges. And I stole that saying off Christoph. Hey, I learned from the best. I learned from the best. But anyway, yeah, look, the point is, yeah, I know that Brian's gone away for a second. He's be right back. The point is that when you pop the bubble, the infinity opens up, right? And all the old fears, all the old expectations, all your old bits of knowledge that you relied on so much fall away. And you see what remains, the vastness of infinity, that beautiful isn't expected to do anything or become something. Its wholeness is so obvious, you know. That's what gurus are pointing to. And, you know, it takes as many words, right? It takes as many words to out-condition yourself as it would to condition yourself. Have you noticed that? It's never an overnight thing. You hear these stories, right, of people waking up overnight. Oh, and it just came to me. Bollocks. There was a lot of life experience before it just came to you. You know, Papa G tells a story about how he woke up, right? And he said it just came to him in an instant. No. There were lots of preceding events. Lots of things happen before you just wake up or appear to happen in time. So there's the contrast of duality before, you know, that oneness is realized. But anyway, yeah, I've been hogging the mic. Sorry, Blair, your mic. No, actually, you know, I learned my long-winded qualities from Joel. Did you know that? I actually learned from the best, Joel T. Bridges. And I stole that saying off Christoph. Hey, I learned from the best. I learned from the best.
I think she went to sleep. Briar, wake up!
point is, yeah.
Briar!
You know that Briar's got-
Briar, wake up! Briar, wake up!
When you pop the bubble, the infinity.
So
Whoop, wait a minute. Don't. I'm talking to my son.
Infinity opens up, right? And all the old fears, all the old expectations.
Well, then we should tell you that you're listening to ThoughtBridge Live over the member stations of the World Wide Network.com. Whoopie-doo, woo, woo, woo. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yes? You're not called for in the script. Get out.
Or become something.
Joel, where's that little blonde chickie? What's her name? Dorothy? Not a real name, I'm sure. But what happened? What's the story with that, Joel? Why are you taking in the riffraff again? Are we really going to go for another round here, Joel? Come on. Let that girl, poor girl, go back to her parents and get her education. Let her go back to college where she belongs. Joel.
Well, what you don't know is that she's pregnant. And I'm really excited. She's gonna have my baby.
Words to out-condition yourself as it would to condition yourself. Have you noticed that? It's never an overnight thing.
I think that in the case of you having fornication with a 26-year-old in Farmington, Maine, that would be considered by Farmington, Maine statutes statutory rape, Joel.
Yeah, why would she do that, Justin, right? You go back to her parents, get an education and become like you, a fat burger munching programmed robot. Shut the fuck up. She's alright where she is.
Yeah, maybe in Great Britain, that's how you handle a young person. You just tell them to screw off on school. We don't do that here in America. Got that? This is red, white, and blue here, not turncoat yellow.
Lots of things happen before you just wake up. Justin, judging fucking how bad you turned out, look at the state of you. The American fucking establishment hasn't done well for you, has it? Look at how you've turned out, man. You're just a robot doing a job. You weigh about fucking 500 stone. Fucking hell. You're not exactly like a trophy for, you know, living in America, are you? Getting an education and going to college. Fucking hell. You're a prisoner, Justin. You're a prisoner in your own body. You're a prisoner in society. You're a prisoner to your country as well. All this fucking patriotism and all this other bollocks don't mean a fucking thing. Yeah, you got to love it, haven't you? I'm a true American. I am a true British patriot of the monarchy. What? Well, it's a nice title, but what does it mean? You know, does it have any foundation? Does it, folk? You know that empires rise and fall. You know the British Empire right now? It used to be a divided empire, you know that? It used to be the divided kingdom, not the united kingdom. All the clans were fighting with each other, and eventually they all joined up, and then they called them, what they did was they fought themselves into being united. They realised, oh, we've got to stop all this fighting. So all the clans joined up and we became the United Kingdom, right? And then we thought, I know, let's try and expand our kingdom. So we went and invaded lots of foreign countries and stole their land and resources, and we expanded the empire. But you know, empires rise and fall. We all know this. America will do the same. It's the mighty giant, the policeman of the world, but it'll rise and fall because it's just a conceptual bunch of symbols. What is America? What is it to be patriotic? You know, look at the dream you're living in. Can you not wake up from the dream? You not realise the divine presence and essence of being? Of course you can't. You're a programmed dum-dum. So I'm going to treat you like a programmed dum-dum.
Well, I don't know if he's that stupid. He might be. But maybe you're a moron because all they do is just change the words and the labels. These guys are so stupid, they don't realize it's a fiction anyway. There's only bags of bones and meat running around that are programmed. They're running all these stupid illusions in their mind. You can fool them really easy. Thank God for that. They go around talking about all these fictions that don't actually exist. And they're so easy to program since it's been a program that's been running for fucking ever, evidently. And they just look at the Soviet Union, they look at Russia. They just change that and change the labels and the borders, and it's the same people, same building, same bullshit. And you call it by a different name, and all of a sudden it's different. You know, it's like, you know, calling an alligator a little kitty or something, you know, and a kitty now they're alligators, like good is bad, bad is good. It's all bullshit. Yeah, that it doesn't even exist. Like I'm sitting here supposedly in America, Maine. No, I'm not. I'm sitting here and I don't even know where here is. What the fuck? I'm supposedly on some fucking planet in the middle of infinity? Fuck. Stupid.
Joel, where's that little blonde chickie? What's her name, Dorothy? Not a real name, I'm sure. Oh crap, I have to lock my clock down.
Oh, please, Justin, don't torture us. Don't torture us with this fucking music. You can't play guitar. But go on, we'll hear it. We need a laugh.
Let her go back to college where she belongs, Joel.
Well, what you don't know is that she's pregnant. And I'm really excited. She's gonna have my baby.
I think that in the case of you having fornication with a 26-year-old in Farmington, Maine, that would be considered statutory rape, Joel.
Why would she do that, Justin, right? You go back to her parents, get an education, and become like you, a fat burger munching programmed robot. Shut the fuck up. She's alright where she is.
Yeah, maybe in.
Okay, Paltalk just crashed, folks.
Tell him screw off on school.
We'll see if we can reestablish our connection.
Got that? This is red, white, and blue here, not turncoat yellow.
Justin, judging fucking how bad you turned out, look at the state of the American.
Well, at least Google didn't crash.
Just a robot doing a job, weigh about fucking 500 stone. Fucking hell. You're not exactly like
You know, nobody likes listening to you. You and your friggity frack friends from the British Isles. Go jump off a bridge.
Why would I do that? I'm not suicidal. And I don't take fucking commands from Mr. Blobbies in America who can't play the guitar, so shut the fuck up. A true British patriot of the monarchy. What? It's a nice title, but what does it mean?
You know,
does it have any foundation?
Really, there's only one person on Paltalk. There's only one. The one. The one that matters. Yes, I'm talking about Christoph. Christoph knows how to live in the now. And moreover, he knows it's about you. It's about you. You.
And then we thought, I know, hey, you know, we know you only try to wind Joel up. I mean, I think that you think that Joel and Christoph have got like a little battle going on. You know, like who's got the biggest room, who's the most awake, blah, blah, blah. But you know, they complement each other, Christoph and Joel. They can't exist without each other, so that's the good thing. Just like you can't exist without burgers, they can't exist without each other. But yeah, I mean, it is all about you. It is all about now, the here and now. It really is. It really is about that. That's what I mean. I don't know if you're saying that consciously or unconsciously, but it really is all about you. Not where you are or what you're doing and where you're from and all that shit, but the here and now is where it all springs from. And that isn't anything, is it? It's like nothingness itself. It's not even the word nothing. You know, you could even attach to that part of it. But all of this is just appearing spontaneously. Spontaneous creation. Wow, that's beautiful. In fact, I'm so impressed by that I'm going to pray right now. I'm going to pray to God. I'm going to pray to God that you lose weight, Justin, right? And that eventually you learn how to play the guitar.
They're so easy to program since it's been a program that's been running for fucking ever, evidently. And they just look at the Soviet Union. They look at Russia. They just change that and change the label of reporters. And same people, same building, same bullshit.
Fuck it.
You call it by a different name. And
You know, this is why Justin doesn't get on the mic. This is why he's got to record everybody else, because he's got fuck all to say himself. He's that dumbed down. He's that fucking monotonous and predictable that he's got no creativity at all. Fucking Jesus. He's like, this is why he don't take the fucking mic. Because it's like, you know, scratching his, what do I say, oh, fuck it. Yeah? Good riddance to you, fatty. Hey, look, peace lovers here, everyone.
Peace Lover is a piece of shit, alright? I hate Peace Lover. You know why? Because he's a milquetoast. He's a peacenik. A Peace Lover, you know what you need to do? You need to collect guns. Guns and ammo. Lots of it. And then you need to go out into the street and say, fire off your machine gun and yell at the top of your lungs, die motherfuckers. And then you'll be allowed back in this room. Until then, get out of here. We don't like your kind here.
Is Joel here? Welcome to my story, Joel. Joel, Justin was playing a recording of you. I don't know if you heard that. I thought it was quite funny. I guess Joel isn't here, but it's good to see Panacea and Time and Space reunited with Joel here, because I know you guys have had your ups and downs. I don't even know who Justin is. Justin, you don't even rate on the radar. You know, that was funny about this. I recognize his voice, but I know it's somewhere in this category, but I have no clue why he's angry. So, I remember Panacea and Time and Space. I mean, they're from way back, and of course Joel. So how you been, Joel? And why were you missing for a week? I still forget that. I know you're alive. I guess this category will never be the same without you. You know what I mean? So don't die.
Health Talk just crashed, folks. Oh, that's so nice of you. We're live on YouTube. And all the text and the audio is archiving.
We're actually recording
on Google Hangouts.
If you've heard of that.
I don't know if you've heard of that.
But now we've combined Health Talk, the radio part, with the video part. I'd like to have you as a guest. The Google Hangout holds up to 10 folks. 10 videos.
10 videos.
Has its own chat room.
Has its own chat room.
The capabilities of taking
Anybody
photographs
on the camera.
of anybody on the camera.
You can let it go automated.
You can let it go automated so whoever's
whoever's
talking is on cam, or you can overwrite it and do it manually.
And I was gone about a month.
But learning how to do it, and I've got 60-some-odd thousand hits and 100, and I found out I didn't need people on Pal Talk, and then I found out I did. Yeah, they're wonderful. I have to have stupid motherfuckers to bounce off of. Without them, I don't have an act. So I'm really happy there are a lot of stupid idiots on. I'm always lying. I've never said anything that's true, and that's the truth. You can believe me or not, I don't care.
From the British Isles.
Well, Joel, do you know Astral Goddess here? Oh yes, he does. Yeah, no, I've called into his show sometimes. You know, he's got those toll-free numbers in there. But okay, so Joel, do you know Astral? I assume you do, right? She's one of our hosts of our shows, and she's going to be interviewing the president of the Theosophical Society, and Travis Walton. Yeah, I'm getting him for you, Astral. You know, Travis Walton, the famous abductee and subject of the film Fire in the Sky. And she's also going to be interviewing Tenzin Tithon, the Tibetan monk, representative of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and the newly appointed director of Tibet Radio Free Asia. Yeah, oh, now he has an 88 number, right? Before you didn't have an 800 number. And so, you know, maybe one of these days, Joel should be on our show, because, you remember Edward Jones, Astral? Edward Jones is a man who had, I believe, at least 2 or 3 near-death experiences, and he started to talk about this philosophy he had of transformation, about how, you know, different perspective, I guess, seems to give a better understanding of life. Yeah, we had on Edward Jones on our show. Basma Farhad Vixie interviewed him. So, you know, you can tell me in private if it's too sensitive what you think about Joel. Because I was thinking, you know, sometimes maybe, because he reminds me, his voice and manner kind of reminds me of Alan Watts a little bit. But he, you know, I don't know if he drinks a lot like Alan Watts. Alan Watts became an alcoholic. And he always said that's the way he was gonna die, you know. He wanted to just drink and enjoy life, women, drinking, and it eventually killed him. I guess the alcohol did. Hello, Cosmic Dreamer, and I guess you know Panacea, Time and Space. These are the usual suspects. Briar Rose, I recognize. Some of these others may just be, you know, names. Justin, do you know Justin? Justin, for some reason, has a hostility against me. I don't know. Well, I don't even remember who the hell he is. Yeah, Cosmic follows me around. Well, you know, we had Alan Watts' son, Mark Watts, on the show. And Mark Watts is the archivist for the huge, must be thousands of talks, papers, books, videos. Alan Watts also had a few videos. You know, he had some of these demonstration audios. I remember one time he was reading about the Shiva and the cycle of birth and death. And there was some probably Indian music playing in the background. Oh, just beautiful. And in that wonderful voice of his. You know, it was his voice, actually, that kind of transmitted that idea that, you know, everything is okay. Everything is okay. You know it deep inside. Yes, he was right. Oh, you've listened to Alan Watts, Astral. You have, huh? Yes, he was quite a guy. I mean, for me, he was my introduction into Far Eastern philosophy, meditation. Yeah. you know, sometimes it put me to sleep. But that voice, you know, it was not so. It was what he was saying, and also the way he said it. And there were moments, if you've listened to him, where you feel like you understand the entire universe, or at least a small part of it. You know, he had that style of talking. Oh, really? How do you broadcast live on YouTube like that? And how many do you have? Did you post the link, Joel? How many listeners do you have on YouTube? You can tell how many you have now? Oh, yeah, Astro, of course. We have to have him back on. And there's so many more. I mean, you know, among the things that have been missing in our show since Vixie left, you know, she had a lot of health problems. She almost died a couple of times, you know, so she's, plus that on top of that, she was working. I hope she's okay, but a sad thing that's been missing out of our show are the concentration on health topics, spirituality, the paranormal. You know, because I want to get into the whole alien UFO, ancient archaeology, you know, and not just the freaky kind of stuff, you know, because I know there's a lot of freaky stuff, but you look at some of that stuff like the Shroud of Turin. I mean, they can't explain it. They can't explain how that image is burned on there. The Catholic Church recently released, about a year ago, for examination, and then when they discovered, you know, the other one was false. The one that claimed it was from the medieval ages. They had taken it from a place that had been patched during the Middle Ages. And yes, there were spores and whatever else on there dating to the Middle Ages, but there were also microscopic fibers, or not fibers, but I guess spores and things like that in it from the age of Christ. And, you know, just because it's unexplainable doesn't mean there was a Jesus Christ or that was the burial shroud of Christ, but it is a authentic anomalous object. Now, invite Annie in here, because I think Annie is a token Muslim. Basically, I think that's what she is. Most of the people that gravitate towards the atheist rooms or the debate rooms, and the admins in there especially who claim they're Christians or theists, they're really kind of outcasts. One of them in there is Blues. Message, you know, of love and tolerance. I think that I'm willing to, and you know, it inspired enough people like Martin Luther King and Gandhi, I believe. So, you know, I'm willing to accept that, but I don't accept them as divine. And I think a lot of the stuff in the Bible, New Testament, was built up around that idea of a myth. You know how a myth grows and grows. There really was a Troy. Does that mean there were gods and goddesses? No. There might have been actually a person named Hercules. He might have been super strong, but I don't think he was a god. You know, it's kind of like a fish story. The fish grows bigger and bigger as people tell the story. I caught that fish. It was huge. So, yeah, what, Joel, are you making any money out of this, by the way? What's the, this is kind of like a hobby. You feel like, you know, that's why you need to be interviewed. You know, Joel, would you call yourself a street philosopher? Have you written or authored any books? What's your education and background? You know, like Alan Watts was a former Anglican priest, minister, wasn't he? Alan Watts was an Anglican, very, very strict, uptight Christian upbringing. And then he, you know, when he broke away from that, he just went in the other direction. And of course, that was during the turbulent 50s, 60s, and 70s, I believe. You know, so he was right in there with all that, you know, I guess the hippie era. And he looked like a hippie. I mean, he looked like one. He looked like an elderly hippie. What Bee Gees? Why don't you get up here and talk? Cosmic, if you've heard me talk in the atheist rooms, you know how much I annoy both the Christians and the atheists. For one thing, I'll tell the Christians, if Jesus came back, more than likely you wouldn't like him, because he's going to be profiled as a Muslim or a Middle Easterner. He's going to have a Middle Eastern accent. He's not going to be blonde-haired and blue-eyed. He's probably going to have Middle Eastern features. What's more, and he steps inside your church to talk to you, the first thing he's going to look and say, this thing costs millions of dollars. Why are you in this? Why did you spend so much money building this when there are homeless out on the street, starving? I can just see. And I think this time around, if he actually came back, as a man, I think it would be the Christians that crucify him. And leading the way would be that biggest Christian sect of all, the Catholics. Oh yeah, the Catholics. I think the Catholics would be at the forefront of trying to crucify him. Yes, Joel, there's a story that you were arrested in a public park for wearing a diaper. What do they call those? And it's not exactly a diaper. It's kind of like a, catches the pee. Yes, was that some kind of a demonstration or something? An adult diaper, yes. Well, I'll tell you one thing. Cosmic, me and Jesus would be good friends. I'll tell you that right now. I'd be his publicist. Go ahead, Joel. You want to talk to us about the diaper incident?
And I was going about
peace lover. Joel is
learning how to do it, and I've got 60-some-odd thousand hits and 100s, and yeah, well, it is a Troll Thursday after all. Nobody even mentioned it. Found out I did. Dummies, you forgot it was Troll Thursday. But that doesn't mean I lost control. But anyway, the question was for me, and we usually have a 5-second rule when I'm producing. What my job is officially stir everything up. I stir it up until I get the boys and girls so riled up that I can just sit back and smile and laugh and listen. I've never said anything that's true. And listen to it like a radio station. You can believe me or not. That's really my only job, because I don't give a fuck what you guys think or what you believe or the illusions that you entertain.
Well, Joel, do you know astral?
Or what you think life is about, or the meaning of the purpose, or the value of everything.
I called into his show sometimes.
It's got nothing to do with me.
Toll-free numbers in there.
I am officially
Joel,
dead.
do you know Astral?
I've been dead for over 8 million years.
Of our shows.
I discovered that
She's going to be interviewing the president of the
long time ago.
And Travis.
In your century,
I'm getting him for you.
When your technology first developed the computer,
Travis Walton,
there was just a very few short years ago, if we're in the right year,
in the sky.
2016.
And she's also going to
You're
be
in 2014.
Tenzin Tithon,
Correction, 2014.
Tibetan monk. Representative of His Holiness
that a few years ago, that people would be in these so-called chat rooms and be talking to a bot for about 15-20 minutes.
And so,
and of course, some of you know about 911, where it was turned out that they have technology far advanced.
You remember Edward Jones,
the commoners
Edward Jones,
know about top secret stuff, like flying objects, anti-gravitational devices. But if they have that kind of stuff, they also can just simply record a little bit of your voice, and of course, type
seems to give a better
whatever they want to type in to have you say, but they don't do that. It's more advanced than that. And it comes out with all the intonations and sounds exactly like you.
So,
what you don't realize is you've been talking to a bot
too sensitive
for all these years.
Joel, because I was
I'm
thinking,
here
you know,
to
sometimes
take you into the next
because he
level of
reminds me, his
understanding so
voice
you
and
don't
manner
freak
kind of
out.
reminds me of Alan Watts
We've
a little
covered
bit.
me with the
But he,
fact that I'm a
you know,
crazy
I
motherfucker,
don't know if he drinks
have
a
a
lot
record,
like Alan Watts. Alan
have
Watts
released,
became an alcoholic.
and let you
And he
find
always
out everything
said
about
that's what
me.
he was
And the
gonna, that's
facts
the way he was
are
gonna
that I've
die,
been
you know,
committed in
just
18
drink and
states
enjoy
over
life,
20 years.
women, drinking,
I run a homeless shelter.
and
This
eventually
is the
killed him.
story.
I guess the
I have the
alcohol
perfect
did.
cover. No one
Hello,
will believe
Cosmic
me.
Dreamer, and
And I
I guess
also
you know
tell you, folks,
Panacea, Time
that
and
I'm a liar,
Space.
and
These
that's
are
the
the
truth.
usual suspects. Briar
So you
Rose, I
don't know what to believe,
recognize.
which is no
Some of
different
these
than
others
today,
may just be
with all this shit on TV.
names. Justin, do you know
Coffee's good
Justin?
for you.
Justin, for
Coffee's
some
bad
reason,
for
has a
you.
hostility
This will cause
against me. I don't
cancer.
know.
This will cure cancer. This
Well,
does it.
I
This
don't even
doesn't.
remember
This
who
does
that
it.
is.
This doesn't. You don't even know what to believe anymore.
Yeah,
You're all
Cosmic
mixed
follows
up.
me around.
We're here
Well,
to show you and direct you into the
we
next
had Alan
century.
Watts' son, Mark Watts.
And hopefully we won't
Mark
lose
Watts
too many
is
of you.
the archivist.
But I am
Huge.
a bot.
Must be
That's the truth.
thousands of
But I'm
talks,
always lying.
papers, books.
We have three-dimensional
videos, all
holographic
Watts
realities that
videos.
you don't need a
You know,
cap
he
or
had
a
some of
theater.
these
We
demonstration
just beam it into
audios.
your
I remember
brain.
one time he was
As a
reading
matter of
about
fact,
the Shiva
most of you gathered in this
and the
room
cycle of birth and
may
death.
have had a weird dream last night.
And with,
Some of you may not remember at all.
probably
We have what Gene
Indian music
Roddenberry
playing in the background.
envisioned
Oh, just beautiful.
long before Gene
And that
Roddenberry
wonderful
released
voice
the
of his.
information
You know, it was his
about
voice,
the
actually,
holodeck.
that kind of
We
transmitted
beamed
that
you out of
idea
what
that,
was at one
everything is
was
okay.
at one time.
Everything is okay. You know it deep inside.
We beamed you out of what was
Yeah,
at
see,
one
what's around?
time
Oh, you've listened
a
to
reality
Alan
and
Watts
real,
Astro.
reduplicating
Yeah.
your family, your friends,
Yes, he was
your
quite a
mother, your
guy.
father,
I mean, for me, he
your
was
sister,
my
your brother,
introduction into
your
Far
nephew,
Eastern
all of that.
philosophy, meditation.
Beamed you when you went to sleep.
Uh,
You woke up on the holodeck.
yeah.
Now it's
You know,
our job to gently
sometimes
wake
put
you.
me to sleep.
Any questions?
That voice, you know, it was not so. It was what he was saying, and also the way he said it. And there were moments, if you've listened to him, where you feel like you understand the entire universe, or at least a small part of it. You know, he had that style of talking. Oh, really? How do you broadcast live on YouTube like that? And how many do you have? Did you post the link, Joel? How many listeners do you have on YouTube? You can tell how many you have now? Oh, yeah, Astro, of course. We have to have him back on. And there's so many more. I mean, you know, among the things that have been missing in our show since Vixie left, you know, she had a lot of health problems. She almost died a couple of times, you know, so she's, plus that on top of that, she was working. I hope she's okay, but a sad thing that's been missing out of our show are the concentration on health topics, spirituality, the paranormal, you know, because I want to get into the whole alien UFO, ancient archaeology, you know, and not just the freaky kind of stuff, you know, because I know there's a lot of freaky stuff, but you look at some of that stuff, like the Shroud of Turin, I mean, they can't explain it. They can't explain how that image is burned on there. The Catholic Church recently released, about a year ago, for examination, and then when they discovered, you know, the other one was false. The one that claimed it was from the medieval ages. They had taken it from a place that had been patched during the Middle Ages. And yes, there were spores and whatever else on there dating to the Middle Ages, but there were also microscopic fibers, or not fibers, but I guess spores and things like that in it from the age of Christ. And, you know, just because it's unexplainable doesn't mean there was a Jesus Christ or that was the burial shroud of Christ, but it is a authentic anomalous object. Now, invite Annie in here. Because I think Annie is a token Muslim. Basically, I think that's what she is. Most of the people that gravitate towards the atheist rooms or the debate rooms, and the admins in there especially who claim they're Christians or theists, they're really kind of outcasts. One of them in there is Blues. message of truly evolutionary message, you know, of love and tolerance. I think that I'm willing to, like Martin Luther King and Gandhi, I believe. So, you know, I'm willing to accept that, but I don't accept them as divine. And I think a lot of the stuff in the Bible, New Testament, was built up around that idea of a myth. You know how a myth grows and grows. There really was a Troy. Does that mean there were gods and goddesses? No. There might have been actually a person named Hercules. He might have been super strong, but I don't think he was a god. You know, it's kind of like a fish story. The fish grows bigger and bigger as people tell the story. I caught that fish. It was huge. So, yeah, what, Joel, are you making any money out of this, by the way? What's the, this is kind of like a hobby, you feel like, you know, that's why you need to be interviewed. You know, Joel, would you call yourself a street philosopher? Have you written or authored any books? What's your education and background? You know, like Alan Watts was a former Anglican priest, minister, wasn't he? Alan Watts was an Anglican, very, very strict, uptight Christian upbringing. And then he, you know, when he broke away from that, he just went in the other direction. And of course, that was during the turbulent 50s, 60s, and 70s, I believe. You know, so he was right in there with all that, you know, I guess the hippie era. And he looked like a hippie. I mean, he looked like one. He looked like an elderly hippie. What Bee Gees? Why don't you get up here and talk? Cosmic, you know, and you know, if you've heard me talk in the atheist rooms, you know how much I annoy both the Christians and the atheists. For one thing, I'll tell the Christians, if Jesus came back, more than likely you wouldn't like him, because he's going to be profiled as a Muslim or a Middle Easterner. He's going to have a Middle Eastern accent. He's not going to be blonde-haired and blue-eyed. He's probably going to have Middle Eastern features. What's more, you know, and he steps inside your church to talk to you, the first thing he's going to look and say, this thing costs millions of dollars. Why are you in this? Why did you spend so much money building this when there are homeless out on the street, starving? You know, I can just see. And I think this time around, if he actually came back, you know, as a man, I think it would be the Christians that crucify him. And leading the way would be that biggest Christian sect of all, the Catholics. Oh yeah, the Catholics. I think the Catholics would be at the forefront of trying to crucify him. Yes, you know, Joel, there's a story that you were arrested in a public park for wearing a diaper. What do they call those? And it's not exactly a diaper. It's kind of like a, you know, catches the pee. Yes, was that some kind of a demonstration or something? An adult diaper, yes. Well, I'll tell you one thing. Cosmic, me and Jesus would be good friends. I'll tell you that right now. I'd be his publicist. Go ahead, Joel. You want to talk to us about the diaper incident?
You know, peace lover. Joel is.
Yeah, well, it is a Troll Thursday after all. Nobody even mentioned it. Found out I tell me someone got it with Troll Thursday. You gotta have. Yeah, but it doesn't mean I lost control. But anyway, the question was for me, and we usually have a 5-second. I'm really happy producing. What my job is officially stir everything up. I stir it up until I get the boys and girls so riled up that I can just sit back and smile and laugh and listen. I've never said anything that's true. And listen to it like a radio station. You can believe me or not. That's really my only job. I don't give a fuck what you guys think or what you believe or the illusion delusions that you
Well,
entertain,
Joel, do you know Astro?
or what you think life is about, or the
Oh,
meaning
yes.
and the
Oh, yeah.
purpose, or the
Yeah, no,
value of
I called
everything.
into a show sometime.
It's got nothing to do with me.
Toll-free numbers in there.
I am
But,
officially
okay, so, Joel,
dead.
do you know Astro?
I've been dead for over 8 million years. I discovered that
She's going to be interviewing the president of the
a long, long time ago.
And Travis,
You know, in your century,
I'm getting him for you,
when your
Travis.
technology first developed the computer,
Travis Walton,
there was just a very few short years ago, if we're in the right year, 2016.
And she's also going to
You're
be
in 2014.
Tenzin Tikon,
Correction, 2014.
Tibetan monk,
You're welcome.
representative of His Holiness
That
Dalai Lama,
a few years ago,
director of
that people would be in these so-called chat rooms and be talking to a bot for about 15, 20 minutes.
And so,
And of
he believes in God. He believes in God, and he believes he can prove that there is a God and prove there is a Jesus. So he's, you know, he never went. The other thing was, because of his perhaps social, you know, the problems it caused him because of the abuse, he never was able to fit in at college. He dropped out. So he's self-educated. And so he's drawn a lot of fire, especially from the atheists and people that don't like that. Christopher Langan, if you're talking to me. Cosmic tree in the actually the universe. No, Christopher Langan. Yeah, G-A-N. And then the following week after that, Joel, this is interesting. The 2 weeks after that, I think we have Tenzin Tikon. He's going to talk about, you know, the Tibetan monks who are setting themselves on fire, trying to protest against the, you know, I guess the ongoing genocide occupation of China in Tibet. Shut up, time and space. You know, I've tried to invite you and Panacea, but you guys are like stuck in your little room. You know, not this room, but your other room. And Panacea likes to talk on and on and on. And you guys, yeah, you got to break out of that time. Yeah, okay, listen to me. Yeah. Yes. Let's see if you're on my list. I'll add you and invite you and Panacea, and Joel. I think Joel's on my list. Yeah. I think his welcome name is on my list, but we need to get you involved. Yeah, you have to get, you know, I don't know how some people can just stay in one room or one category for that matter. Do you guys ever go to the other categories? Like, I was in this other room the other day, and this lady, she was like 70-something years old. And she was talking about her life. You know, she had a very, she has Panacea here, I guess, UK British. And she was talking, and she goes, you know, when I was 16, no, not when she was 16, but I think she was in her 20s. She says, when I was in my 20s, I discovered the Moody Blues. And I thought, oh, you mean she put on a record, a vinyl record, and she discovered them. And I realized that was her way. It was just her language. She actually was part of the managerial team that actually discovered the Moody Blues, and her husband was one of the musicians or something. I mean, that's just interesting. You find those kind of people on here, and she's writing a biography and things. She, you know, and in another room, there was a guy who was a guitarist, and he played with all the rock bands of the, I guess, 70s and 80s. You know, I mean, he was in the spiritual room. Shut up, time and space. Hey, the people, no, I'm not even talking to you. It messes up the YouTube. They don't even know who time and space. You know, that's the bad thing, Joel. You've got this in a chat room, and this is a chat room. And if you're broadcasting over YouTube, are they aware that this is also streaming into Paltalk? Oh, they can see it? Oh, you've got the text going on there. Oh, okay. Well, if you're listening, just ignore time and space. Yes, she's a bitch. There we go.
Now, I bet they've all got you on mute, you fucking monotone twat. Sitting there worshipping celebrities like the special, you fucking boring cunt. They're just fucking people, and you've got your head so far up their fucking arse. You may as well be eating the fucking lungs. You robotic twat head. And as for you, Cos, yeah, you don't even invite me to your fucking rooms. So stop bitching, sister, okay?
For appearing on fucking Peace Lovers show. Only an unsmart, unintelligent, unintellectual idiot would appear on Peace Lovers show.
I know I speak for everyone. This is maybe the only one and only time I agree with Debbie. Peace lover, you suck. I would like to report you to the Pal Talk authorities and have you removed from this program because you suck so hard. I can't even go on. I've never agreed with Debbie on anything, ever. But I agree. You're a twat.
Thank you, Ken Stone, man. Oh no, sorry, Ken Stone Chin. I got that wrong. I accept your agreement.
Time, I don't even understand what you're saying, but I think I am peace lover. Look, I have brought peace between former enemies, Time and Space, and Justin. I guess it's a gift.
Well, look, it's obvious why we don't go to other sections and other rooms is because there's no tolerance. There's no fucking tolerance in those rooms. And I know what you're saying, that it might be the universe's way of saying, well, actually, you're not very tolerant, Panacea, of their intolerance. But I don't care. We're not going to get all philosophical. The point is that if you're dealing with people who believe this and believe that, you're in for a long fucking struggle. It'll always be a debate or a fight or a conflict. It'll always impart some kind of division. So I don't want any part of that. I'd rather stay where there is a consistent state of tolerance, which is in this section, like in rooms like mine, in Joel's room, and various others. But as soon as you get into these rooms where there's like 300 people, 120 people, the ego dominates. It does. The ego dominates. They don't really care. There's no passion about what they're saying. They just want everybody to hear them. Hey, look at my opinion. It's better than yours. You know, I am more knowledgeable. But it's weird, you know, when people, the more people as an audience, the bigger the ego gets. I've noticed that. Like Peace Lover, you wouldn't be in this room yet if there was only 3 people in it. You're one of those types. You would not be in this room if there were just, say, me and Joel in here. You'd look and go, oh, there's only Joel and Pan in there. I'm not going in. I don't have an audience. So shut the fuck up. You're the biggest ego in this room. And you've never got anything fucking constructive to say, ever.
Well, you know, Panacea, somehow what you say doesn't really hurt me. I don't know why. You know, I feel like I have something to say, and I don't feel like I'm an egotist. I feel like egotist or egoist? Egotist. Yes, I don't feel like I'm an egotist. I feel like I'm simply sharing. You know, I made some potato salad. Don't you want some? Yes, we're all being recorded, but so what?
You made potato salad. The fuck did you use for mayonnaise? White, lumpy stuff. I can only imagine what you've put in it. That's making me feel sick.
Yeah, Peace Lover makes me feel sick, full stop. Now, did you see his little insecure ego come out there? See, he's so used to debating, being in conflict with atheists and political activists and all the other nonsense, yeah, that he thought there that I was attacking him. Oh, well, what you said didn't hurt me, Panacea. I wasn't trying to hurt you. It's a chat room, you insecure dum-dum. We're having a conversation. Yeah, it's a relationship of words and verbalism and so on. He's like, oh, no, you're not going to hurt me. You're not going to hurt. I'm not trying to hurt you, you little fucking sissy. Shut up.
Well, technically, you didn't read you wrong, because you got up on the microphone and you said it, dickhead. Hey, how you doing, buddy? How you doing, buddies? Mimi.
Look, he's doing it again. Look, now he thinks we're in a fucking wrestling ring. Thinks it's me and fucking Time versus him. What the fuck is this guy's problem? He's probably wearing fucking pink spandex right now. You know what I mean? In one of those little leotards, about to jump off the ropes. I'm gonna jump on Panacea's head over this one. I'm telling you, I'm gonna wrap my legs around. sorry. That I just had a vision there of Peace Lover wrapping his legs around me, around my head. Yeah, I don't know where that came from. That just came out of nowhere. It's that spontaneity thing again. But anyway, look, Peace Lover, you're welcome in this room, right? Even if the Muslims and the Christians and the atheists don't welcome you, we'll always welcome you in this room, in this section.
I don't welcome him. Utter fucking fish head. I don't welcome him at all. I disagree with that statement. This is my room and I don't welcome him.
I don't welcome him either. Take your fucking purple nick and get out, you milquetoast little faggot.
Oh yeah, this is the guy. I think he had some kind of something about colored names. Your name is green, so what if mine is purple? What's the matter with you? You have some kind of I don't know what you call that, a chip on your shoulder, inferiority complex about colored names.
Now, the only thing Justin has on his shoulder is McDonald's cheeseburgers to feed his 18 chins.
Yeah, and at least Peace Lover can leave the room, Justin. You're so fat you've been stuck in that room all your life, haven't you? You fat pig. So don't pick on him because he's got a purple nick and you're jealous. The fact of the matter is, look, this is pal talk. If you take it seriously, you're an idiot. And no, this is not a pal talk chat room. This is a broadcast studio. It's a production studio, this. This is where all the magic happens. But you're never here, are you, Peace Lover? You're too busy trying to gain some kind of credibility in the atheist rooms and look intelligent. And it's not working, is it? That's why you're back here, telling us, try to plug your fucking show and that. Because there's no cunt fucking listening.
Excuse me, Panacea X, don't pick on Justin, you testicle rack. Justin is a charming chin, and I resent the fact that you're calling him names.
Debbie, shut your tater trap. I still hate you. But I hate Peace Lover more. Peace Lover, here are my sweaty balls. Take these balls and leave.
Look, Justin looks like a cheeseburger. Just Google cheeseburger and that'll be Justin with 2 eyes. He's got like loads of cheese between 2 of his chins. And then above another chin he's got a burger back. And then under the other chin he's got some dribble and then another back.
I thought he was going to say, take my balls and go suck on them.
No, my balls are not for sucking. Hey, he did leave. I'll leave my balls alone, Cosmic Dreamer, you fag.
You know, Justin's chin is so heavy now, he carries it around on a trolley. Did you know that? He actually wheels his chin around on a trolley wherever he goes. Now, what it is, yeah, alright, he's overweight, he's obnoxious, he's rude, but he's a good troll. I'll admit that. He says some funny things. He's not very creative musically, though. You know, he thinks that because he puts somebody's voice over some music that he's being creative, and he's not. It's too easy. Anybody can do that, Justin. Like I said, because you've got a guitar doesn't mean you're a musician. It just means you've got too much fucking money if you can afford a guitar and you can't even fucking play it properly. Jesus Christ. Did we get rid of Peace Lover? Good. Can't stand that twat.
Yeah, but the other day Justin was playing something, some asshole, God, I can't remember, some packy person, and he was playing, he had Hitler doing his speech in the background. It was hysterical. And I thought that was pretty creative. That Peace Lover guy, he's such a prick. Oh my goodness, it just cracks me up. He is so full of shit.
Yeah, Peace Lover's one of them. He's sort of like, he goes on the hearsay. He's like, you can say anything to him, and he's like, yeah, I'll believe that. Honestly, I've known Peace Lover for a few years now, and he's never displayed any intelligence. Just a look at me, I'm here type thing. You know, like just acknowledge me, I'm here. I don't really care what we're talking about. Just acknowledge me. But I think Woody Allen said that, didn't he? 90% of life is just showing up. Just show up. Doesn't matter what the material, the content is. Let's just converse. Let's just make an appearance. That'll be enough.
Yeah, Justin, Deb said that prunes, your balls prunes, and I said I can't remember what prunes look like. And she said all screwed up and tight. So your balls are all screwed up and tight. Like, what did you do to them?
Well, he's got no live sperm in him, has he? That's why he's got no kids. They're that screwed up and tight and old looking black and blue. That's why no one sucks them, Justin. Who wants to suck prunes?
Ew!
Debbie, you'd suck them, but first you'd have to, you know, put those kids away. I don't know. I don't know how to respond to it. It's late at night. You got me all flustered, Debbie and Panacea, with your language. I'm all flustered now, a cosmic dreamer. You got me all flustered. Where the fuck is my angel, TH?
Shut up, dribbling, you slag.
No, Christopher Langan, yeah.
Well, apparently she went to kill herself. I don't know if it's true. I hope it is. But hey, my dreams never come true. My wishes have never come true. But then again, when I was about 13 years old, I was so scared of dying, I said, I wish I would live forever. I wish I would live forever. And wow, how things changed. So be careful what you wish for. You might just get it. Yeah, my balls get screwed up and prune like in the wind. I've noticed that. Right, men? Right, guys? You know what I'm talking about? You know, it's the middle of winter, it's freezing, your balls want to sort of retreat into your stomach. And in fact, mine don't even look like prunes. My whole scrotum sack just looks like one big prune. You know, that's how tight and screwed up they get. But have you noticed how when Justin comes on the mic, he's always fumbling and stuttering over his words? He's like falling over his words. He don't know what to say. This is why he plays everybody else talking, because he can't fucking talk himself.
Stop mic jumping, Panacea, you plop head. Now I've forgotten what I'm going to say. Anyway, we're all balls. We're all balls. Oh, I was just going to say one other thing, yeah? Yes! You mic jump without even realizing it, Panacea? Like, you love the mic so much and you love saying something in the moment and responding in the moment that you'll mic jump 100 people without even realizing it. Dearie me. Anyway, I was just going to talk about the fact that how Panacea is going to talk about the philosophy of balls and how he sort of scratches his balls in the morning and it sort of represents a little pattern, an unconscious response, and it's sort of comforting. And before you know it, we're going to get into the philosophy of balls. Remember, he's a part-time Buddhist. Part-time, because he doesn't like to stick to any philosophy too long, especially if it means drinking and giving up beer drinking. It's all balls. It's all balls.
Tim, the reason your balls are really tight is nothing to do with the weather. It's because you wank 16 times a day.
I mean, that's just interesting. You find those kind of...
Yeah, and there's no semen left in them. Correct. That's it. You worked it out. You could be a scientist, you, Deb, if you put your mind to it. No, but really, I do think like that sometimes, yeah? What I try to do is I try to trick the existence, the creation, and I try to see if there's something that's out of place, that shouldn't exist, that shouldn't be happening. So I'd ask a silly question perhaps like, why do I scratch my elbow? What does that mean in the greater scheme of things? Why am I even aware of it? And then I realised that when that question was asked, it was the catalyst for what I'm saying now. So the past and that question met up with the now and the answer. You see how it all works? It all just meets up in the here and now, effortlessly. Even if you're not intellectualizing it, You see, it's not required that anything be explained or have to have a reason or whatever, because it already is fulfilled. Even in the you know, the missing link, you know, the missing part of it, the bit that seems like it's missing. So even the most superficial thing is so magnificently and divinely connected to everything else that, you know, it just beggars my bloody belief, I'm telling you. Oh, God. It's Troll Thursday, isn't it? Yeah, it's Troll Thursday today. I might go get myself a hat and start bouncing people randomly. What is it again? 704 400. Let's go get a hat.
Yeah, that's the great thing about like Panacea. Like, oh, he's gone. Just as we were talking about the wisdom of Panacea. But I'll say it anyway. Is he coming back, time and space? By the way, he's hatting up. Well, tell me when he's back, and then I'll mention it, because there's no point when he's gone. Let me let go of the mic in case Joel wants to.
Well, you'll know when he's back as much as I will, because you'll see him. Do your eyes not work? Oh no, sorry. Chin. I got that wrong. Debbie,
when was the last time you had a good shag? And that's a term you Brits use, shag. And what was that like? And who is it with? Because I hear peace lovers available.
Sorry, Cos, to jump here, but Justin needs a response. Justin, you dickless fucking wonder, you burger fucking munching munchkin. Don't you fucking ask me questions like that, you filthy pig. Damn, I thought you were getting a hat as Joel changed the code.
Yeah, so what I was going to say about Panacea now that he's back is that's the great thing about Panacea. He can talk in terms of incredible detail and clarity and wisdom and insight on absolutely things we don't need to know. He gives us incredible insight for things we don't need to know about. Yeah, so he'll give an example about, like, you know, like me and Debs, like, we were having sex one night, and like she was on top, and like we were really at it, like we were at it, and then there was a mirror opposite on the other side of the room, and like when she was on top of me, I could see my eyebrow, and it was twitching, and I noticed that as she came down, it twitched up, and then when she went out, it went down again. And I tell you, I was all inspired. And when I was aware of that in the moment, I just disappeared. It was like a wormhole. I dived into that realization of twitch up, twitch down. It was incredible. And what I realized after all of that is you don't need to think about these things. Sex is natural. Sex is natural. You just go with the rhythm. And that's the incredible thing about Panacea. Incredible, philosophical, Zen-like clarity and insight on things you absolutely don't need to know about. Awesome stuff. Just how Zen is meant to be.
Well, you took the words right out of my anus. Cause what the fuck, man? It's like, is there a hidden camera in this room or something? I don't know how you fucking know that. That happened quite often. Yeah, what the fuck, Joel? You've changed the code. You've changed the code, man. I'm not happy. I'm not happy about this. I mean, everybody deserves a fucking hat on Troll Thursday, right? I thought Troll Thursday was all about equality and stuff. Obviously not.
White, lumpy stuff. I can only imagine what you put in it.
Yeah, why don't you have your hat? I thought you went to get a hat. What's going on here?
Oh, Dimmer typed it wrong then. So Dimmer owes you an apology, Joel. Make sure you get it. Give Joel an apology, James. You typed the code wrong. It was your problem.
Oi, nobody calls me James. Only Mom's allowed to call me James. You fuckers can't call me James. It's either Lord, Sir, King, or Lord, Sir, King Panacea.
Why are you bouncing Rose out of that room, you bastard? Joe, does that mean I can get a hat? Look at him. I'm next in a minute. Dim, make sure you remove me.
Who the fuck is Atapandu? But anyway, yeah, it'll probably end up with everybody having a hat in the room, which is yeah, which is pretty cool. Hang on a minute, let me just look. I'll just make sure that we're unbanning people here. Oh, we're all right. We're all right. I see in the banned users we've got like 1 million Justins here. Why the fuck are all those Justins still banned, but the original Justins are allowed in? What's that all about?
Listen, listen. I don't care about the.
Panacea. Being given an admin hat, you still have to go by the person who's owner. Otherwise, you'll just lose it. And I don't give a shit whether you lose it or not. But you just stop doing that. That's my thing. Okay, you're assuming that these people have the admin code. They don't. You're making work for me, and I don't like it. I remove them out of the ban list immediately. Unless you're willing to do that, go fuck your.
Oh, this is my room now. Ah, ah. How do you like the red dot, Joel? Ah, happy Troll Thursday, Joel. Ah.
What are you talking about, Joel? I haven't bounced anyone. It's that Ataman dude that's fucking bouncing everyone. I haven't bounced anybody. Scroll up, you fucking blind old bat. I haven't bounced anybody. God, what a fucking incompetent moron you are.
He knows you haven't. It's Troll Thursday. He's mocking you. Stop justifying yourself.
No, I really think he's that incompetent and stupid that he thinks as soon as I put my hat on that other people don't click on and say, oh, I think I'll have a hat as well. Where is that Ataman? Is he still in the room? Oh, right. Who is that anyway? That's probably Yuno, isn't it? Is that Yuno? Because I noticed Yuno hasn't been on for a while. I suspect that anybody who's in the room, like, you know, wherever I am, there's sometimes like a nickname just hanging around, lingering like a bad smell, and it's normally Yuno.
What's the matter with you?
That Yuno wouldn't have bounced me. He wouldn't have bounced to me or you out the room, and I got bounced.
Inferiority complex about colored names.
Listen, you moron.
The only thing.
Hello? It doesn't work like it used to. Not everybody has the code. Only the people on the list. You fucking idiot. Stop doing that. You'll lose your hat. And since you don't care, I might as well bounce you now, you stupid fuck.
You're so fat, you've been stuck in that room all your life, haven't you? You fat pig. So don't pick on him because he's got a purple nick in your channel. What the fuck are you going on about?
Joe, go and check your notifiers. It weren't anyone that bounced anyone, it was that Aku.
God, Joel is just so stupendously idiotic.
I bet Cos is on the list, and I bet Cos could go and get a hat with the code 140704, Cos.
Intelligent. And it's not working, is it? That's why you're back here. Telling us, try to plug your fucking show and that. Because there's no point fucking listening.
Excuse me, Panacea X, don't pick on this. Anyway, dear, Joe's like 89 years old. Give him a bit of slack, man. His eyesight's probably not as good as ours. It's not his fault if he missed it.
Listen, I've got the code. I have the code. The code. The code is Christoph 1111. Christoph 1111. Because Christoph is number 1.
See? Cobbett Cosmic Dreamer on your list, Joe. And he's got a hat too. Think you're talking poo-poo.
Well, we're all brother admins now. Hopefully it's all unity and peace and we don't have to bounce and dot each other all the time. We can fight about something else now.
Yeah, Justin, have you like got a fetish for sort of spiritually frustrated middle-aged German men? Because you seem to have a fascination with Christoph, man. What the fuck? He's not even here. What's going on? He's still in your mind, like marinating in the thought of Christoph and his. It's that accent, I think. It's sort of like he's dead direct, is Christoph. I mean, he's very passionate as well. He's passionate about what he says. He's that passionate that he built his own website, and he's talking about it's all about you and we're all in the now. But it's just his way of delivery, man. He delivers it the wrong way. We've talked about this. Yeah. So, Joel, are you going to apologise then? Are you going to apologise for accusing, for these false accusations? Because, you know, this is slander. This could tarnish my perfect reputation. You know that, don't you?
Yes, I apologize. What happened was that the code was changed and it was never returned back to only people on the admin list. Now any of you folks that are bounced by yours truly won't be able to get back in. That includes you, Panacea. So any admin that's even on the list, they don't know the new code unless I give it out. So enjoy the hat you have, because if you fuck up, I'll bounce you out. Panacea is not a super admin, he's an admin. And if you're an admin, well, you can have a bouncing war maybe. I'm not sure if you can bounce each other, but you could test it. No, nobody gets super admin except actually people that have earned my trust. And there isn't anybody in this room that has earned my trust except Briar Rose. And I'll PM her the code, and then she has it, and she can be the super admin that, well, she can enjoy bouncing your ass if she wants to. Enjoy what little have left, suckers.
Fuck you, Joel. We don't care about your rules and your super admins and your stupid codes. Go fuck off.
Yeah, fuck you, Joel. We don't care about your stupid rules and your stupid hierarchy system in this room. God, you're a right fucking dictator, you aren't you? Yeah, emphasis on the word dick.
Meep, meep. All of you, man.
All I know is I'm fucking queen. Fuck all of you. Oopsie, meant to get
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you did it now.
Oh my god. I'm gonna get bounced now, aren't I? Have you really give Briar the code, you fucking cantankerous fucking biased old bastard? I have been by your side loyally for years, right? And Briar gets the code and not me. You know what? I cannot believe you just bounced Briar, Justin. That was awful.
Justin, if you bounce her again, I'll spend the entire day dotting you. All day and all night. That was disgusting, that bounce.
Yeah, what the heck is going on? How could you do that, Justin? Briar Rose has always been good to you.
Cosmic coming in as well, saving the day as backup, like a witness. Even though, you know, like in a court case, you bring family and friends as witnesses, but they weren't there. They didn't witness it really, but they're there, they're going to stand by your side. That's what Cos just did. Cos. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, Rose, it was Panacea X that bounced you out the room. I'm on Rose's team. I think it was despicable that she got bounced. So that.
Those kids away. I don't know.
It was not me. Don't listen to Debbie, she's a liar. I mean, she once told me she loved me. Nah, oh, yeah, she's gone. She's gone to get a hat now. Right, so we're all good. We're good to go. The Queen is coming back in with her super admin hat. Yeah? Oh shit. Why is my fucking mic keep locking on? And am I keyed up now? I am, aren't I? 1, 2, yeah, I am. I can see me. I see the meter going up and down. You know, that meter goes up and down like my penis, honestly. Alright, let's have a look. Oh shit. Yeah. I wish I would live forever. Huh? Why is it doing that? What the fuck? You know, I'm gonna have to shut some programs off because I've got some problems here. Let me just. Hang on. Does that mean if I leave this room, I can't get the hat? I'm not gonna have a hat when I come back in, am I?
David, mine does that sometimes. You know, when my mic locks on, if I have Poker open and Pal Talk, my mic locks on. It's because you've got a lot of other things open. Welcome back, Rose.
In fact, mine don't even look like prunes. My whole scrotum sack just looks like one big prune. You know, that's how tight and screwed up we get. But have you noticed how when Justin comes on the mic, he's always fumbling and stuttering over his words? He's like falling over his words. He don't know what to say. This is why he plays everybody else talking. Right, well, I've shut these other programs down, so we're good to go now. It shouldn't be locking now. Let's test it. 3, 2, 1.
Now I've forgotten what I'm going to say.
Yeah, Justin, bouncer now, you fat old bitch. Not you, Brian, Justin.
Oh, I was just going to say one other thing, yeah? Yes, you might jump without even
Listen, I don't bounce anybody.
Like you love the mic.
But if Peace Lover comes back, I'll bounce him.
In the moment,
And
that your mic jump 100
I have to go to bed.
even realizing it.
So I have to get up and go to work in the morning. You know how hard I work. All of you know how hard I work. And I provide you with entertainment, and I provide it for free. Which means donations come directly to me. You can bypass Joel. Just make out the check to Christoph. He will distribute the funds. Christoph is Lord. Remember that. Christoph is Lord.
Shut up, you fucking lying twat, yeah? People who work aren't as fat as a walrus. We've seen you. You don't work. You sit on your fat ass, yeah? And your chubby sausage fingers just go on the keyboard. That isn't fucking work. Yeah, and there's no semen left in them. Correct. That's it. You worked it out. You could be a scientist, you, Deb, if you put your mind to it. No, but really, I do think like that sometimes, yeah?
Oh, Christoph. Oh, Christoph.
Was that, I don't know, just his version of an whilst being drunk? But anyway, like, you know, like fat people compared to slim people, like, how often do they fart compared to slim people? Like, a slim person might fart, like, I don't know, 6 times a day. But like a fat person, is it about like 18 or 24 or something?
Of course, I'll answer that. I'm fat and James's mum's slim. And we're both fat like cunts. There is no difference between fat and thin why you'd fart. She farts as much as me, right? Even more. She farts more, yeah, and she puts people's heads under her ass and farts on them. Yeah. So slim people don't fart any less or more than fat people. That's cleared that up.
Listen, I'm fat. I'm fat. I eat burgers, fries. I'm fat. I've got huge balls. And I have to piss every 5 minutes because I'm so fat. And you know something? To all of you.
I love how Justin said, I've got to go to bed soon. You live in that bed, you fat greasy bastard. You know, it don't mean he's going to get into bed. It just means he's going to lay down. You know what I mean? But anyway, look, let's, no more dotting now, Debbie. Look, everyone's got a right to free speech in this room, right? That's why everybody's got a hat. Because it's all...
Listen, you fucking twat. Don't ever dot me again. And...
Yeah, stop mic jumping, Panacea. Anyway, thanks.
We don't want to hear it. I'm the best. You're the worst. Got it? Debbie. When was the last time you had a good shag?
Listen, Burger Muncher, I didn't fucking dot you. It was Debbie.
And what was that like?
I'm innocent.
Because I hear peace lovers available.
Innocent? Well, where did these 3 kids come from, you lying bastard?
I don't know, I was asleep. I woke up pregnant. Don't you fucking ask me questions like that.
What, you Panacea impregnated you in your sleep? What the plop?
Yeah, 3 times.
He doesn't get you pregnant the normal way. He throws a burger in your mouth and boom, you're pregnant. Just from that.
God, he's a randy bugger. I mean, Panacea, I know you got the strength of 3 Mitchells put together, but you could at least wait when she wakes up. How the heck do you expect her to have an orgasm that way?
Well, I don't. As long as I get mine, I'm not bothered.
He dresses up like Ronald McDonald and gives her the red dick. Red and white and yellow.
I think it could be Justin's man. I mean, imagine pushing him out when he was a baby. A fucking 20-stone fucking head. That has been horrible.
I hope you realise that that's considered rape, Panacea. Do you realise now that Debs, anytime you really get on her nerves or you have an argument, see, when you do that, Panacea, I'm going to claim rape. Like, don't argue with me. She could just use that against you whenever you lot are having an argument, so you've got to back down on anything now. She's got that over you now forever.
Well, it worked great, of course, because I don't remember it. I was asleep. And I weren't putting up a fight. And it worked against my will because he never asked me because I was asleep. So it weren't really rape, was it?
Well, yeah, it was rape because you got pregnant. You got pregnant and Panacea hasn't denied it and it was his sperm in you. Unless you're telling me it's not his kids. Who the heck did you sleep with, you know? Was it you know? Shit, you're going to be in real trouble now, like Debs.
I think it was Phil Mitchell.
He's like, is there a hidden camera in this room or something? I don't know how you fucking know that happened quite often. Yeah, what the fuck, Joel? You've changed the code. You've changed the code, man. I'm not happy. I'm not happy about this. I mean, everybody deserves a fucking hat on Troll Thursday, right? I thought Troll Thursday was all about equality and stuff. Obviously not.
You have your hat. I thought you went to get a hat.
Looks like we lost audio again. We will try to reestablish.
Oh, Dimmer typed it wrong then. So Dimmer owes you an apology, Joel. Make sure you get it. Give Joel an apology, James. You typed the code wrong. It was your problem.
Oi, nobody calls me James. Only Mom's allowed to call me James. You fuckers can't call me James. It's either Lord, Sir, King, or Lord, Sir, King Panacea.
Why are you bouncing Rose out of that room, you bastard? Joe, does that mean I can get a hat? Look at him. I'm next in a minute. Dim, make sure you remove me.
Who the fuck is Atapandu? But anyway, yeah, it'll probably end up with everybody having a hat in the room. Which is, yeah. Which is pretty cool. Hang on a minute, let me just look. I'll just make sure that we're unbanning people here. Oh, we're alright. We're alright. I see in the banned users we've got like 1 million Justins here. Why the fuck are all those Justins still banned? For the original?
Help it? You know, I'm an eccentric weirdo. What can I do if I have principles and I don't like to abuse people? You know, I've really tried to do that in some of the rooms, you know. Some of the rooms, they'll be fighting, killing each other. You mother, blah, I'm going to hate you, I hate you, I want to kill you. And I sort of go up there, well, you know, I do fudge you. And I try to get involved in it. And I try to get aggressive. And like some of the people will hate me because I don't hate anyone. I mean, it's hard work hating people. So usually I just throw them a chocolate bar. And that doesn't work first time. After you do it 3 times, if you add in a bit of like vodka, that usually works.
Oh, you're right about that. It's hard. It's very hard work hating people. And you know, it can be equally as hard loving people as well. Do you know what I mean? Have you ever tried to love someone, especially when they're being a cunt? Hey, if someone's being really aggressive or angry and you're trying to love them, it's just not working. So just don't try and do anything. I think they call it going with the flow. You know, don't lie to yourself. Better to live in the truth than to die in the lie. That's my new motto. I invented that about 2 weeks ago, and I hope it goes down in history as one of the greatest quotes ever made. But yeah, I think it's funny. There's a lot of attempt, a lot of effort and energy expelled on just useless crap, just useless shit like loving people or trying to understand somebody's point of view. That's a good one, isn't it? You know, when someone's going blah blah blah, and you sat there and you sort of think, you're trying to reason out what they're saying. You're trying to understand. You see, this trying thing is no good. What the fuck are you on about? I didn't jump. You silly old sausage. You dropped the mic and I picked it up. But yeah, just trying to understand something is hard. Trying to love. Trying to be. This trying is no good, man. Drop the trying. Flush it down the infinite toilet. Yeah, cheers, Pan. Well, the thing is about trying, Pan, is... go on, Cos.
Stop mic jumping, you plopper. I tell you, you mic jump so instinctively, you don't even know you're doing it. And even when you do know you're doing it, you don't stop yourself. You're like a conscious twat head. You know what you're doing, and you're so conscious, and you still do it because you're like, oh well, what the flop? I'll do it anyway. But there you go. That's panacea. But yeah, you know, it's hard to not like, you know, it's hard to, you know, love people when, you know, they're abusive to you, or, you know, they've sort of punched you in the face, like, you know, 20 times in a row. By that point, like, the mindfulness techniques of, like, you know, oh, it's just sensation. Oh, they're just acting in form. It's nothing personal. After all, nothing personal. Sensation. What the fuck? Yeah, and then you grab them and, like, knee them in the nuts, yeah? Headbutt them on the floor and say, oh, sorry about that. I was just acting out my past karma. I had me. Next time I'll love you unconditionally. Mimi. It's all work in progress. All of it. Eventually we'll get to the point where we'll all be mini Dalai Lamas running around. Panacea will have his beer. You know, when someone comes up and does abusive things, you know, we might have to deal with them, but it'll be done in such a conscious way. It'll be like, you know, you'll dodge all the moves that Phil Mitchell will be punching you like the Matrix, and then afterwards you'll go with him for a cup of coffee. It'll be heaven on earth. This will be the new avatars incarnating.
You're listening to BlockBridgeRadio.com, broadcasting over the Worldwide Radio Network.com.
Unity and peace, and we don't have to bounce and dot each other all the time. We can fight about something else now. Wow, I thought we went into some, like, time zone vortex there. That was like Doctor Who, but with Joel Bridges. You know, and just the way it echoed out, man. I'm usually very shy and private. I don't like being recorded. Oh no!
It's that accent, I think. It's sort of like he's dead direct, is Christoph. I mean, he's very passionate as well. He's passionate about what he says. He's that passionate that he built his own website, and he's talking about it's all about you, and we're all in the now. It's just his way of delivery, man. He delivers it the wrong way. We've talked about this. Yeah. So, Joel, are you going to apologise then? Are you going to apologise for accusing for these false accusations? Because, you know, this is slander. This could tarnish my perfect reputation. You know that, don't you?
Yes, I apologize. What happened was that the code...
How fucking dare you station ID the room while me and Cos are talking?
People on the admin list. Now, any of you folks that are bounced by yours truly
That was the top of the hour. Regulation.
Oh, that's fucking great, innit? Fucking Briar gets a super admin, and like, oh, she leaves anyway. But the one who actually stays, Lord Panacea X, doesn't get super admin. What the fuck? That's bullshit, man.
But you could test it. No, nobody gets. Oh, of course it's bullshit. What do you expect? Those that are on a higher level get treated like they're on a lower level. God, you're useful. God, you were such a moron.
You're right, I am. I'm such a moron. That must mean that I'm really not a moron, if you call me a moron. But anyway, yeah, I like it when you call me idiotic and stupid, because it makes me feel smart. You know that, don't you? So the more you call me an idiot and stupid and moronic, it like bloats my ego, and it gets even bigger and bigger. But yeah, what was I going to say, man? Fucking hell, earlier on, well, actually, before I woke up, like I said, I had that dream, right? That weird dream, and fuck it, it was intense. You know, like when you feel dead spaced out, right? And you don't feel connected to your body, you're just there somehow, and everything's going on. It was like that, but there was still a vicinity. There was still a presence of vicinity, like I was somewhere. Do you know what I mean? There was still a reference to being somewhere, even though I couldn't label where it was. I couldn't say, oh, it's in a universe, it's in a body, it's near a body, it's in space. I couldn't say any of that. But there was some location of self somehow. Very, very difficult to explain. But that's what it felt like. And it, you know, it weren't even a dream, because I was sort of like, I was half awake. I was kind of like there, but not there, you know?
All day and all night.
Oh yeah, I've been having strange dreams lately. I had a doozy in the last. I had 2 doozies in about a few weeks of each other. I mean doozies. You know, where you have a doozy compared to a, you know, a little soundbite of a dream. This was a doozy. I was living somewhere else, and the transition between the dream, which seemed totally real, and this reality, which seems totally real, wasn't a slow wake. It was like, bam! The bubble burst between the two, and instead of becoming the other one, it became this one. And it was really awesome. It was like, wow, which one is real? There was an after image of the one that I thought was real, as this one, but I got bumped into this one. Really was cool.
Yeah, it's only not cool if it's in reference to a fixed position. That's when it's not cool. If you've got a fixed parameter of who and what you are or what you should be, and you compare it to that, then obviously they're so different to each other that you go, whoa, this is not cool. This out-of-body experience or this weird transitional thing between reality and dream. But, of course, you can witness both, can't you? Like you can witness something and nothing, or being here and not being here. There's nothing more direct than when you feel like you're not here, and you say, I feel like I'm not here, I feel like I don't exist. You know, that is a blessing in disguise when you have that experience. Now, you know, it's weird because my daughter said it actually a couple of months back when she had like a bad case of the flu. You know, like she was, she felt spaced out, she felt very disoriented, and she said, I feel like I'm not here, Dad. And she was referring to the feelings, the sensations of not being there, which are all bodily sensations. You know, when the body goes out of sync. Much there to notice that she wasn't there. Even at 8 years old. Do you know what I mean? And I actually pointed this out to her. And she got it. She got it. And I made it clear that she's never not there. The symptoms of feeling like you're not there will be there. And the feeling that you are there will be there. Both of these feelings will both, you know, happen within you. Who is always. That which is always. So I made that very clear to her. Do you know what I mean? Because I don't like, again, this, like I said, if you become too familiar with like one type of experience or one belief or one pattern of thinking and it becomes repetitive, then that's all you feel you are. And then when anything else happens, and this is why I'll let her know this, I didn't have to, but I was specific in pointing this out to her while she's 8 years old and so on and so on, because in the story it's going to emerge like this. So that when these other feelings do come up, they're not alien feelings. They're not alien feelings. They're not, whoa, I'm scared. This is unfamiliar territory. No, this is very much familiar territory. This feeling like you're not here. But anyway, yeah. Yeah, morning, Sean. Morning. God, some people are, you know, I only said morning when he left, and I said that on purpose, because people have no fucking stamina. If they don't like what they're hearing, they fucking get out of their door, they're the twats.
We're only filler in the dream. We're all made up. You're the only entity that's alive. You think you've got a wife, or, well, maybe you don't have a wife, a girlfriend. You think you got a couple of kids. You think you got a world. You think you got an old man here. I mean, you just don't get it. We're trying to break it to you easy, dude. You don't know about the Star Trek, Gene Roddenberry's Star Trek, The Next Generation, with the holodeck? We're serious. We're not fucking around. You are the only entity that is in existence. And there's no way that you can prove otherwise. You can't prove that it's true or not true. But you refuse to accept that you are giving it all the meaning, purpose, and value it ever has and will have. And according to your belief system, you're going to die. Your wife is going to die, or your girlfriend. Your kids are going to grow up. Maybe you'll see them, you know, go to school, graduate. All this stuff is happening in the blink of an eye. But you're simply reliving a dream, one of many you have. You have an infinite number of dreams. And they're all happening now. Right now. It's just, you know, I told you about that dream about busting through into the other one. That's what's going on. You're everybody and everything, but as soon as you say everybody, or man or woman or anything else, you've been yakking this bullshit for so long, but you don't actually see it. You're close, but you don't actually see it yet. It'll really fuck you up when you do. If you thought the what was it, you know, a new experience for you last time with something, you just got through saying the very thing, like, oh, it becomes repetitive, and it's a, hey, motherfucker, in your dream, I'm twice as old as you are. You keep trying to compare yourself with the old man. I'm yourself older, but in a different form. The forms don't make any difference. It's all just form. It's all sensation. It's all this. It's all that. And when you say you are me and I am you, it's not true. It's all you. Every bit of it. But until you actually see that and experience it, it's going to only rest as an intellectual exercise protecting yourself from actually seeing it. That's all.
There's a lot more.
There's a lot more to come, my man. This is a future self of you. Telling you where you are now. There's more to come. Don't worry about it. I'll pass away. You'll go, ah, that old bastard passed away. Fat chance. It's only an image of yourself as somebody else with another story. He'll be right there until you create another story, and another story, and another story. You'll go on forever. So one of your fears is correct. There's no exit. Might as well enjoy the dream. It's like a kid that has an Etch-a-Sketch. I don't know if they have them in your country. You can play tit-tat-toe as many times as you want. Just shake the board and it's gone. And you've got a fresh blackboard. Yeah. Just like consciousness. Don't worry about it. It's a great illusion. And isn't it fun?
Well, if the illusion is based on that which is real, i.e. the consciousness which gives rise to it, then that means there's a reality in every illusion, because it all stems from the source of awareness, consciousness, whatever you want to call it. So again, play with the words all day long. It's not going to taint the truth, is it? So I rest in peace with that one.
Maybe. Are you sure you can't help but trip yourself up? Can you imagine a dream where you finally get peace? Come on. Don't you think you'll do it to yourself as many times as you can? And do it all the time, always in the now, with parts of you lagging behind and parts of you in the future. Come on. You like to, you would, no.
Can I have principles that I don't like to abuse people? You know, I've really tried to do that in some of the rooms, you know. Some of the rooms, they'll be fighting, killing each other. You mother, blah, I'm going to hate you, I hate you, I want to kill you. And I sort of go up there, well, you know, I do fudge you. And I try to get involved in it. And I try to get aggressive. And like some of the people will hate me because I don't hate anyone. I mean, it's hard work hating people. So usually I just throw them a chocolate bar. And that doesn't work first time. After you do it 3 times, if you add in a bit of like vodka, that usually works.
Oh, you're right about that. It's hard. It's very hard work hating people. And you know, it can be equally as hard loving people as well. You know what I mean? Have you ever tried to love someone, especially when they're being a cunt? If someone's being really aggressive or angry and you're trying to love them, it's just not working, so just don't try and do anything. I think they call it going with the flow. You know, don't lie to yourself. Better to live in the truth than to die in the lie. That's my new motto. I invented that about 2 weeks ago, and I hope it goes down in history as one of the greatest quotes ever made. But yeah, I think it's funny. There's a lot of attempt, a lot of effort and energy expelled on just useless crap, just useless shit like loving people or trying to understand somebody's point of view. That's a good one, isn't it? You know, when someone's going blah blah blah, and you sat there and you sort of think, you're trying to reason out what they're saying. You're trying to understand. You see, this trying thing is no good. What the fuck are you on about? I didn't jump. Silly old sausage. You dropped the mic and I picked it up. But yeah, just trying to understand something is hard. Trying to love. Trying to be. This trying is no good, man. Drop the trying. Flush it down the infinite toilet. Yeah, cheers, Pan. Well, the thing is about trying, Pan, is... go on, Cos.
Stop mic jumping, you plopper! I tell you, you might jump so instinctively you don't even know you're doing it. And even when you do know you're doing it, you don't stop yourself. You're like a conscious twat head. You know what you're doing, and you're so conscious, and you still do it because you're like, oh well, what the flop? I'll do it anyway. But there you go. That's panacea. But yeah, you know, it's hard to not like, you know, it's hard to, you know, love people when, you know, they're abusive to you, or, you know, they've sort of punched you in the face, like, you know, 20 times in a row. By that point, like, the mindfulness techniques of, like, you know, oh, it's just sensation. Oh, they're just acting in form. It's nothing personal. After all, nothing personal sensation. What the fuck? Yeah, and then you grab them and, like, knee them in the nuts, yeah, headbutt them on the floor and say, oh, sorry about that. I was just acting out my past karma. I had me. Next time I'll love you unconditionally. Meep. Sort of punched you in the face, like, you know, 20 times in a row. By that point, like, the mindfulness techniques of, like, you know, oh, it's just sensation. Oh, they're just acting in form. It's nothing personal. After all, nothing personal sensation. What the fuck? Yeah, and then you grab them and, like, knee them in the nuts, yeah, headbutt them on the floor and say, oh, sorry about that. I was just acting out my past karma. I had me. Next time I'll love you unconditionally. Meep. Sort of punched you in the face, like, you know, 20 times in a row. By that point, like, the mindfulness techniques of, like, you know, oh, it's just sensation. Oh, they're just acting in form. It's nothing personal. After all, nothing personal sensation. What the fuck? Yeah, and then you grab them and, like, knee them in the nuts, yeah, headbutt them on the floor and say, oh, sorry about that. I was just acting out my past karma. I had me. Next time I'll love you unconditionally.
Bridge Radio.
Sort of punched you in the face, like, you know, 20 times in a row. By that point, like, the mindfulness techniques of, like, you know, oh, it's just sensation. Oh, they're just acting in form. It's nothing personal. After all, nothing personal sensation. What the fuck? Yeah, and then you grab them and, like, knee them in the nuts, yeah, headbutt them on the floor and say, oh, sorry about that. I was just acting out my past karma. I had me. Next time I'll love you unconditionally.
Bridge.
Oh, Justin was playing a recording of you. I don't know if you heard that. I thought it was quite funny. I guess I don't accept them as divine, and I think a lot of the stuff in the Bible, New Testament, was built up around that idea of a myth. You know how a myth grows and grows. There really was a Troy. Does that mean there were gods and goddesses? No.
Yeah, what the fuck, Joel? You've changed the code. You've changed the code, man. I'm not happy. I'm not happy about it. Oi, nobody calls me James. Only Mom's allowed to call me James. You fuckers can't call me James. It's either Lord, Sir, King, or Lord, Sir.
Nurses around me were all taking antidepressants.
Fucking Jesus. He's like, this is why you don't take the fucking mic. Because it's like, you know, scratching his, what do I say, oh, fuck it. Yeah? Good riddance to you.
The things that have been missing in our show since Vixie left, you know, she had a lot of health problems. She almost died a couple of times, you know, so she's, plus that on top of that, she was working. I hope she's okay, but a sad thing that's been missing out of our show are the concentration on health topics, spirituality, the paranormal. You know, because I want to get into the whole alien UFO, ancient archaeology, you know, and not just the freaky kind of stuff, you know, because.
And she got it. She got it. And I made it clear that she's never not there. The symptoms of feeling like you're not there will be there, and the feeling that you are there will be there. Both of these feelings will both, you know, happen within you, who is all.
I want to get into the whole alien UFO, ancient archaeology, you know, and not just the freaky kind of stuff, you know.
And she got it. She got it. And I made it clear that she's never not there. The
between the two, and instead of becoming the other one, it became this one. And it was really awesome. It was.
Get into the whole alien UFO, ancient archaeology, you know, and not just the freaky kind of stuff, you know.
And she got it. She got it. And I made it clear that she's never not there. The
between the two, and instead of becoming the other one, it became this one. And it was really awesome.
Well, it's
there to notice that she wasn't there. Even at 8 years old. Do you know what I mean? And I actually pointed this out to her. And she got it. She got it. And I made it clear that she's never not there. The symptoms of feeling like you're not there will be there. And the feeling that you are there will be there. Both of these feelings will both, you know, happen within you. Who is always. That which is always. So I made that very clear to her. Do you know what I mean? Because I don't like, again, this, like I said, if you become too familiar with like one type of experience or one belief or one pattern of thinking, and it becomes repetitive, then that's all you feel you are. And then when
oh yeah. Well, Panacea, you want to take the room on? I'm going to bed. I don't know how many hours it's got to go yet. I could leave it running and just let dead air go. People can stop the video, of course, on YouTube when it goes silent. Or it could be edited later. That's the advantage of having the illusion of a past or a record of a past. It can be resurrected, and you can choose what you want to choose to reassemble. I mean, remember. Hey, home row. You have anything to say? Take the mic if you'd like. AKA David.
yeah, I'm off out in a minute, Joel. But I'll be back in about half an hour. I've got to go out and, well, actually, no, I'm going out in half an hour for about half an hour. But yeah, I'll be here anyway. So see you when you get up. Somehow, I don't know.
Well, I've done shows, as you know, I'm the pro. I've done shows all by myself on there because I've got so much resource material. But I don't think you've actually checked out what's there. There's well over 100 Google productions now. But yeah, I can let it just run. You can take it when you want it, but it will require editing because people can go up and down the timeline. And the newbies, of course, won't catch what's there. They'll just think it ends. But it doesn't really matter, does it? So I'll just let the room, I'll let it run. It usually helps if it's consecutive, you know. But it's crashed 3 times already. 4 times. Actually, it's Paltalk that's crashed. The Google Hangout hasn't. Last time it has, it gives you about 60 seconds to reestablish a connection or it stops recording. And that's what happened last time. This time it's stayed on, but Pal has crashed 4 times.
I will let it run then, Joel. Just let it run. It'll run anyway, even if you don't let it run.
No, I could stop the broadcast, but I'll just let it run. Then maybe if there's anything any good, I'll go back and edit out the silences. That's the advantage of our technology today. With that said, folks, Joel T. Bridges signing out. I'll leave you in the good hands of James, aka Panacea X. I'm off to see the wizard. If you want to get a hold of me and be interviewed, you can get a hold of me by calling toll-free 1-888-806-6233. That's available from the continental United States and Canada. And it can also be utilized, I do believe, by Skype from other countries. If you've got free calling, you can also use our number located in Maine, 207-778-6100. And if you would like to do an email with a comment, pro or con, positive or negative, JTB for Joel T. Bridges at ThoughtBridges, plural, thoughtbridges.com. That's JTB at thoughtbridges.com. May you find whatever you're looking for and be blessed by it. Take care, folks.
Does anybody know how to get rid of a buzz quickly, a marijuana buzz, for a newbie person who just started to smoke it? I have work in an hour, and I can't get rid of this high. So I appreciate any help. Somebody can help me on how to get rid of a buzz. Okay? I'm not being an arsehole, I'm not being a troll. Just too fucking relaxed. My mouth is very dry.
You're listening to ThoughtBridgeRadio.com, broadcasting over the World Wide Radio Network.com.